Very good day, everybody, and welcome to another video. This is your personal funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko. I will be your captain for today's flight. Today's flight will be another one out of our long haul series, where we'll be flying, well, obviously a long haul flight. And at some point I'm probably going to retire to do a little beauty sleep. So just a little heads up, if you plan to sit through the entire thing, not only are you a hero, but you should also be warned that this whole experience will become very understimulating. Now that out of the way, we are back to the PMDG Boeing 777-300ER, the Cathay Pacific livery. Let's get the screen here out of the way, and let's turn on the overlay for the lantern. And let me just do a quick sound check. Stand by. Sounds like a canary that just woke up. Very beautiful. Alright. So we are here at Hong Kong Airport. One of the gates had to look for a gate that the jetway didn't look broken, but they do not appear to be available to us at the moment. So we're just standing here, so therefore I forgot which is the gate number. Maybe it says on the wall. No. We're using real world time, real world weather, GSX, and the Aerosoft Simple Traffic Tool. We're also using a custom scenery for the Hong Kong International Airport. That's available for free on flightsim.to. The flight time expected today will be 7 hours and 13 minutes, block time 7 hours 41, depending on how long we stand here on the ground and pussyfoot. So yeah, it will be around a little short of 8 hours experience today, including possibly me getting away for a well-deserved beauty sleep. My apologies, first of all. I've been away for a while. And in the meantime, I did see that the channel keeps on growing, which I would like to extend my appreciation for that, because I definitely do appreciate that a lot. So thank you very much for that. And yes, at the same time, my apologies for being quiet for a while. There was, let's say, some turbulence, and there still is a matter of some turbulence, but we are here now, nonetheless. Let me just change the camera speed here, because it looks like it likes to shoot around, and don't think I would like that too much, so something like that should be okay. Alright, so let's hop on it and get this sucker to Dubai. Well, first things first, excuse me, let's start GSX, let's start the boarding. I forgot how many passengers we will be carrying today. Let's do a request boarding. Then we can get, because at some point we'll just be sitting here waiting for the boarding to finish. External power is available, so let's go ahead and turn that on. External power 1 and 2 for primary and secondary. And we start the ADRU. This is our international reference system. Turn on the emergency lights. And let's turn on the logo lights for now. Some lights here while it's bright.
Boarding requested.
Also get the flight plan here on our ESD. That's our flight out of Hong Kong. Got our departure weather, 080 degrees, 7 knots, 10 statute miles, or 10 kilometers, I believe it is. Few clouds at 800 feet, so it's quite low. Scattered at 3,500, 28 degrees centigrade, QNH 1003. And I believe this means no significant change expected, so it's quite steady weather as far as I understand. we do still have the broken jetway there. Attach pushback, no, thank you.
Do you want to board crew?
Yes, I would like to board the crew.
Pilot's boarding starting.
Thank you very much, that's very much appreciated. Right, so that looks a little bit funny. So let's set everything up. As I said, it's been a while, so let's see what I do still remember. Well, probably a lot, just maybe the flow got a little bit rusty. Let's see, so pause in it.
Starting.
Our position, Victor. Hotel, hotel, hotel. Now for the gate. Let's check with GSX. Gate 181. But again, not sure if that is recognized as such. It all depends. It is not in the database. So then let's have a look at the map here in Navigraph. Sierra 25. Something completely different. Sierra 25. But that is recognized, so we can copy that into the scratch pad. That's our setup as inertial position. Alright, route. We can just request it from Simreef. Now, let's see, block fuel 60.5, I believe that's what I remember. 6.6, I did not check. Zero fuel weight, about 200,000 kilograms. Let's have a look at our OFP. Cost index 1.5. Cruising will be step climb. Looks like 380 will be the highest, if I read this correctly. For the fuel, we have 60.5 thousand kilograms, and final results was at, let's say 6.6. So that appears to be okay. So we can set the payload. Initial altitude 340, let's see. 340, 360, 380, and then going down again, looks like. Alright. Set payload, set fuel, and select the route. We got the cost index there, 1.5.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers boarding starting.
Sounds to me like GSX sounds like crazy loud, so just stand by 1 second. I'll open my volume mixer. I'll just bring that down a little bit. Okay. So we load the route. Let's get our checklist up here. So that is loading. So we activate and execute. That should give us the entire route. IMPED. We go to the legs page. We should see it here as well. Taking us to IMPED. So departure arrival. Let's put in our SID. We will be departing from runway 07 center with the SOSLU 1 Tango departure. 07 center, SOSLU 1 Tango, excuse me. We execute, and then we can go back to the index. And then for the arriving runway will be 30 left with the IMPED 3 Charlie. So ILS 30 left, IMPED 3 Charlie. There's no transition either. So execute. And now we should have the entire route in here. Most of you probably already know all of this, but I like to do it nonetheless all the time. So let's have some fun with this. There's a route discontinuity after ULDOT. And that is, as you can see, that's very close to our final approach, so we'll look at that later and we'll fix that. For the rest, this, I guess it looks fine. can double check this later as well. The GSX, how far the passengers boarding is going? We got 7 out of 310 passengers boarded, so well, they'll still be at it for a little while, I guess. Okay. So back to route. We have the entire route into the loaded into the FMC. So performance, initialization. We can get the 0 fuel weight from here, 199.9. Cruising altitude, here it says 360. That's a little bit confusing to me, but again, I probably don't fully understand. The initial altitude should be 340. Here it says 360, and ultimately we'll be going to 380. I'm not really sure now if what's saying there represents correctly what the plan is. We'll get there nonetheless. But it says here 340 is initial. And I almost thought the cruising altitude was initial, but let's just leave it at this. It's not going to kill us. 6.6 on the reserve fuel, 60.5 thousand kilograms, and do we have that on board as well? 60.5. It's also later on. Let's just do this right now. PMDG setup, aircraft. Equipment, I always like to have the digital clock and not the analog. So, digital, there you go. Anyway. Okay, we accept this. Thrust limits. So that's then the calculator for the performance tool. Departing runway 07 center. Normal condition delay. I must say, when I loaded in here earlier, obviously I had to prepare little things and put the airplane here. There were some clouds, but, I mean some dark clouds, like dark grey, but this looks a lot better today, at the moment. So, let's see, runway condition dry, and just say from OFP and from aircraft. Let's do from aircraft and import weather. We are at 1003, calculate. Acceleration at 1000, flaps 5, takeoff rating, takeoff 2 at 45 degrees, trim 4.75, should give us 89.9% of the N1, V1161, the rotate, 162, V2 168. So takeoff 2 at 45, takeoff 2 at 45 degrees, 89.9, that appears to be correct, flaps 5, and we got 4.75, 162, 164, 168, 161, 164, 168. I'm gonna go by what the FMS made of this. I'm sure I don't think this does anything. But at least I don't know how to use it. Takeoff gross weight, I don't know. Alright, well, skipping that. And this basically concludes the CDU setup. So, the boarding obviously is still in progress. Excuse me. Do have some pressure in our brake accumulator. So we should be able to set our parking brake. And let me also double check now the setup options, simulation, aircraft, equipment. Where is the realism? Simulation maybe? Realistic parking brake, okay, cool. Okay. And aircraft displays kilograms, Celsius, just came from there. Equipment. Approaching minimums, I like that one, and then minimums. And I want to whaler. The whaler is silent and to press. Well, we can look at that once we're there, I guess. Right, let's set up some other things here. We're going to give ourselves squawk code 3121. And we are, let's put on transponder. If I can see if it's there, yeah, it looks like it is. Okay. Doesn't sound like we can hear the boarding. And now we can.
Hello. Morning.
Right, oxygen tested. Well, can do that. There we go. Can also test all the other ones, but we won't really need it. Flight instruments, heading, altimeter, I believe that was checked. Parking brake. It doesn't register as set. This is not new. So I guess we just release the parking brakes and that doesn't do it. There we go. Parking brake set. Now it accepts.
Hello.
Flight deck door closed and locked. Let's keep it open. Passenger signs. Well, we do have the fuel on board. With the passenger signs up here, so let's turn the seatbelt sign on. No smoking is on as well. The mode control panel V2 heading track altitude. Have a look at our departure.
Welcome on board. This way, please.
Runway 07 center. That would be 074 degrees. Just double check. 074. So we could put that in as an initial in the heading box. And altitude,
Morning. Hello.
just gonna put in 380, see if we should be able to do this, if that's ultimately our altitude. Let's have a look at the flight plan, the legs page, and what's it saying? 360. And then at some point we should go 380, there you go.
Good morning. This way, please.
And will we go higher than 380? We will go lower. Okay, so that is all there. And I think this should then be okay. Let me get the camera correct. Apologies. So looks like we are aligned, so let's turn on the flight director on both sides.
This way, please. May I see your boarding?
And I guess LNAV, VNAV, we can turn those on, arm them as well. And then, see. I guess that concludes this one. Takeoff speeds, we have those as well. 162, 164, 168. Should see them here.
Good morning. May I see your boarding pass?
Let's set our QNH, just press the little B button. Let's go hectopascal, 1003. We are at sea level, 40 feet. So CDO pre-flight has been completed, trim 4.75.
Good morning.
And no, we cannot set our trim yet because we do not have the hydraulics. No, not really sure. I just always turn all of them on. I don't know off the top of my head which one, which system does which. Let's just turn them all on. Hopefully it won't kill us. But at least we should have some hydraulics, and then that should allow us to set the trim to 4.75.
Welcome on board.
There you go. Taxi and takeoff briefing. Well, let's have a look at that.
Hello. This way, please.
So we are here at the south apron. Let's get rid of this one and just look at this chart. So Sierra 25 will push back nose to the left, get us on Hotel 7. And we'll have to taxi around the south apron here. So Hotel 7 will take us to Hotel, and then right onto Whiskey. Or, yeah, we can do that, right onto Whiskey. And then just turn left onto Bravo or Alpha, whichever, and then we'll drive down to the runway there. So it's fairly easy. And now for the takeoff briefing, let's have a look at it as well. The SID.
May I see your boarding pass?
And looks like, can we make this bigger?
Hello. Welcome on board.
That's a little bit better, I guess. Let's see, where are we? RNF departure.
Good morning.
Actually, just a couple of waypoints. 074, then 059. Must be above 4,000.
Good morning. Good morning.
210 knots, a right turn for 11.5 nautical miles. Hotel 393. To Vamso must be above 9,000. Samet must be above flight level 130. Backpull, Oslo, and PECAN.
Hello. Good morning.
But we'll probably just engage the autopilot. Let's get the map view back here. That's always nice. So taxi takeoff briefing complete as well. So we could now turn on the beacon if you want, but we are not super close to starting the engines yet. The boarding is probably still taking some time. We're now 87 out of 310 passengers. Oh my god, man. Let's request catering service.
Catering vehicles are on their way.
And let's just go all out.
May I see your boarding pass?
And if we go to our plan page, actually, yeah, we can keep that there, and then go nav. Do zoom out a little.
This way, please. Welcome on board.
So this looks like the departure that we saw on the chart as well. So out of runway 07 center.
Hello.
074, 059, 116. This is a right turn, and then slightly taking us to the south. Yeah, that's exactly the same shape. So that's looking as expected. Put this back on map. Let's zoom in a little bit further here. It's always nice for the parts that are dual hand flight. PECAN's off, as a reminder. Go back to the checklist.
Hello. This way, please.
Well, we can turn on the beacon. I mean, maybe we should wait if the catering vehicles are arriving.
Hello. Welcome on board.
So welcome aboard, everybody. So this is the Cathay Pacific livery on the outside for a 7-hour plus flight to Dubai, United Arab Emirates. That's the Cathay Pacific catering services truck connected.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Boarding pass, please. Hello. Hello. Hello.
And it's a big plane. It's a bit of a shame that we cannot see into the jetway there, just like we actually can with the catering vehicle. Oops, let me get out of the way. Whoops.
Hello.
Oh, hello there. Alright, let's get back inside. So it looks like the catering service is finished as well.
Good morning. This way, please. Welcome on board. Hello.
Always good to be back on the flight, I cannot say.
Hello.
Let's have a look outside. So they're waiting for us to close some doors, the GSX, but as we know, sometimes you close them and GSX just opens them anyway. So that beeping is just only annoying, and that's all it is. So ground operations, door management.
This way, please. Boarding pass, please. Welcome on board.
Right entry 2, right entry 5. Close and close. Some other actions, GSX. I'm not really sure. It's waiting for us to close. We just closed them.
This way,
The
please.
trucks are still standing there. I guess. Just double check here. Closing.
Welcome on board.
Arm. Okay, so far so good. I guess we're in the clear. 125 out of 310. Additional services. It still says catering vehicles are in position. Okay, so they're now going. Cool. Alright. And see what else. Additional services.
Good morning.
Request PMDG ground power unit. Request de-icing. No. Request lavatory service and water. Now let's do that.
Lavatory service has been requested.
I mean, look at these engines, man. They're so big. Sounds like I hear some door somewhere. That would be our level 3 service. That must be a shit job, man. I know, it's lame. Right, let's get back inside. And we can also request water. I'm not sure what the water service actually precisely means. I do understand water and I do understand service. Right, so this checklist is finished. Well, let's just turn on those damn beacons. There you go. And we can check that. And then will be the before taxi checklist anyway. Anti-icing should be all on auto. Auto, auto, auto. And then finally the recall. Currently there's still some information there. The ticket is off, engines have shut down mode, doors are open, and fuel pressure, engine left was right. See, we do not use the center tank. But yeah, I guess we can. See, the APU should actually be already running. Not quite necessary, since we're on external power. We have still 60.4, I guess we're good. But yeah, let's turn on the fuel pumps, I guess. Well, level 3 service is finished as well. Auto brake to RTO. We'll do this before taxi. Yeah, let's not do it right now. Let's first push back. Now in the meantime, let's monitor our weather. So we go to COM. And we'll have a look at, I believe it's flight information and ATIS request. And then here on the left FMC or CDU, whatever you want to name it. Must be doing something wrong. That does not look like the correct code. OMDB should be, where is it? OMDB. OMDB for Dubai. I'll put that here and then we'll get regular weather updates. Let's use the PMDG one. And let's also get automated updates and send. Usually you'll immediately get, I mean here on the PMDG, right, you will get a little message with the first weather report like we get now. So COM there with a little star or asterisk in front of it, new messages. This was issued at 0100 hours Zulu. Time now, so it's 20 minutes ago. So we don't know if they have 1 hour updates or half-hour updates. But once you do this, you always get the first weather update that was previously issued immediately. Just like we did now, this was issued at 1 o'clock. Surface wind 140, 5 knots. Temperature 36, it's nice and warm there. QH 9 or 9 or 4, but I believe that's nothing for Dubai. We can get a lot hotter there. Now, let's check. Our arrival runway 30 left, wind 140, but probably have to change that around, but we'll monitor the weather and we'll make 2 flight plans at some point. We can actually go to route right now. We just say route copy. Route copy complete. So if you were now to go to route number 2, everything this gets blue on the top. And we can set up here for, here again we can go to the legs page, but still reminding us in blue that we are looking at route number 2 and not the active route. But here we could set for a different arrival. We are now set for, set for, hold on, 30 left. But then we can change this, and we can change the departure arrival. When you click departure arrival, let me go back. You will see there's route 1 and route 2. So that is now 2 separate things for us to configure. And let's go back to route and select route 1. But this is what we'll do later on. And that's where the weather comes in. We'll just keep monitoring. The weather might just change, you know. Let's cancel this. That means that we've read it. Still stays saved in the system there. Go back to the checklist. So the water service, let's see if we can additional services. It was waiting for boarding, but we just requested it not to keep waiting on the boarding. If we click it again, what will it do? Will it cancel it? It's just going to stack it. Additional. Well, it's requested, okay. Alright, so that's what we'll do, monitoring the weather. Something else, our winds. Let's go to the VNF page. Cruising out to 360. We're aiming for a climb speed of 0.824 Mach. Transition altitude 9,000 feet. That's interesting. Let's have a look here. Transition altitude 9,000. That's on the chart too. At take up 4,000 feet or above at 210 knots. Let's take up 210 knots, 4,000 or higher. Max angle 239. I'm not sure what that means. That max? No, not sure. Step to flight level 380, expected in 1,940 nautical miles. Estimated fuel on board upon arriving would be 8.9 thousand kilograms, but this number will definitely change. But here is our forecast page, on the descent page at least. I'm not sure, I thought it was also possible to set climb winds, but now I'm not so sure. So at least let's request the winds for descending.
Hello. Good morning.
And I guess we can be speed 250 below 10,000 feet and not invalid. Okay. Require it like this. I don't understand, but we were able to change this. Just one more time for the world. No. Okay, forget it.
Hello. Good morning.
Estimated fuel 9. Top of climb 145, but you know we're still on the ground. We will not set a fix quite yet. We'll do this once we get a little bit closer to the airport or at some point when we just start setting up. it looks like the wind is now coming from a different direction, but this could change in about 7 hours, right? So this is our current plan for runway 30 left. The wind is coming from 140, I believe, which pretty much would be yeah, that would be like a tailwind. So that this would not work at this moment. Nonetheless, let's get the chart for the final approach here anyway. Because, as I said, the winds can obviously still change, you know. So let's go charts and approach. At July 30 left, so let's put a little pin into that one. So it could be that we will be landing on runway 12, one to the right or one to the left. But as things are now, we'll be flying to IMPED, and we just basically as a whole, this is like a typical RNAV approach. Sometimes HC may vector you to a direct point if it's not busy. So it might be interesting to see if we can do some calculations based on what altitude we need to be where. You know, I mean, we're not flying online, so we could just end up just flying the entire damn thing. But yeah, let's see that once we get there. But we might not be able to fly this. We might not even fly this approach because we might not land at runway 30 left. We'll see that in a couple of hours. And that's why it's good that we set auto on the weather page there, or actually on the com page. Get flight information. And then aids request, and now we put a little check there after PMDG at auto. So can we just exit here? Yeah. So yeah. Back to checklist. Now, interesting note. Excuse me. I told you I've installed a custom scenery for the Hong Kong International Airport because the default airport has only 2 runways, but the actual airport has 3 runways. So 07 right, then 07 center, and then up there further away 07 left. But this is actually a situation in real life, but in the simulator you only have these 2 runways, so that's not going to work for us at all. And there was once, I don't know, a couple of months ago we were flying to Hong Kong, and we got the runway 07 left to land, and then appeared there was only water, so, which made it a little bit for an ugly approach. We, I believe we just manually diverted to the right. We just settled on guerrilla style, you know. A nice little Queen Elizabeth style ship, actually looking very pixelated, or actually looking 8-bit, like an old DOS game. Look at that. That's actually quite funny. Let's just close this door. It looks so awkward with that door open the whole time. Right, so what's the boarding doing? Got 228 out of 310. So we do definitely have some passengers now. We'll slowly coming to life here. And, you know, these are big planes, carrying 310 people.
Good morning.
And I don't believe that's full capacity for the 777, but I don't have these numbers in my head. Let's go back to the flight deck. So we got the call message, it looks like. What's the time? That will be really quick for a new weather report. New message, 1:30. Wow, that's a record. Within 2 minutes after issuing, we actually see the new weather report. So wind still 140 degrees, 5 knots, visibility 9,000 meters, I believe this is. Temperature 35, so it's 1 degree colder than the previous report. 994. So that's what I'm saying. So that's why we keep monitoring this, because we might not even land on runway 30 left, but rather on 12 left or right. So we can cancel this. This will be saved. We can review them all later. And back to the checklist. I believe if we close these doors, they might actually reopen again by GSX. Let's see, cargo left and forward close. Look, and then they open again. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe it's me, but I can't stand looking at these open doors that are not being used at all.
Welcome on board. May I see your boarding pass?
So for pushback, nose to the left. Get ourselves onto Hotel 7, follow all the way down to Hotel, take a right onto Whiskey, and then follow that and then take a left onto either Bravo or Alpha. That will take us to 07 Center. So once we actually landed, we were cleared for 07 left by our flight plan, and then we arrived and this runway was not in the default Hong Kong airport. And that's the reason why today we're using a custom airport for Hong Kong. I really think everything else is properly set up now. So here's the business class. Nice and spacious. Oh, hello, ma'am. Well, hopefully one day we can play Pac-Man on this. We can actually just click it. That would be so cool.
way, please. Hello.
Right. Apologies about that. Needed to run to the galley and get some refreshing new iced tea. So the boarding process is about to wrap up, and we'll just get back to the flight deck. And we'll basically wait. There's not a whole lot actually that we can now do. We've done our taxi briefing, we've done our takeoff briefing. We'll take off runway heading 074, and then we'll take a left turn, I believe 059. And then a right turn 112 or whatever. Well, the aircraft will fly this for us. But we can do a little bit of hand flying there. Always just to see what the workload will be. Sometimes there's so many things happening at once. And we're just a single pilot, you know, instead of two that you have in real life.
Welcome on board.
Oops. That didn't work out. .271 out of 310. As I said, that's wrapping up.
This way, please.
60.4. So our APU is not draining our fuel. That's good. We could maybe actually disconnect the external power. Let's do that. We are about to push back momentarily. So first we disconnect it up here. And here then we have ground connections. So ground power can be released. We have our squawk code 3121. We are on standby.
Welcome on board.
But actually transponder, it's not standby, I believe. But that's good for now. We don't have to turn on the T-gas quite yet.
Morning. Hello.
But I was really surprised to see the new weather report coming at pretty much 1:30. The moment it's issued. I don't know if this was a coincidence. Usually it's really like around this time, like 39 minutes, so like let's say 10 minutes after it was issued. Sometimes a little bit earlier, sometimes a little bit later. But usually that weather report comes fairly late. And this was interesting. And actually, first time I was like, oh wow, okay, just immediately arrived here. That's very good. The temperature here is 19 degrees. So let's have another look at the local weather. And we can do this here. This will be taking off from here. Obviously. Excuse me. This was issued 1:30 as well. So 0807 knots. So that's peanuts. 10 kilometers. Visibility, few clouds at 1,000 feet, and then scattered at 3,500. So here, 29 degrees. Where did I see 19? Oh, that's the fuel temperature. Yeah, of course. That's not the outside air temperature, that's TAT, that's 29 degrees, the top left corner there. So the D-rated takeoff 2, we're basically telling the engines it's 45 degrees outside, and that should use a little bit less thrust, therefore we should have a little bit of a more economic takeoff.
May I see your boarding pass?
Right, I'm ready to get out of here, people. I don't know about you. And there have been some updates on this aircraft. I only installed today. Version, I don't know, 1.1 or 0.0012, I don't know. But yeah, there has been some others, but I did not really check what it is. But I don't know. Hopefully, if that is something caused by PMDG, then I hope it is something solved by PMDG that we got the weather report so soon. We'll see this in about 20 minutes. Because we do now know that the weather reports get issued every 30 minutes for Dubai, at least at the moment, via PMDG. So at around 2, we should be able to find out. These poor jetways, I mean, just hurts to look at.
Welcome on board. Welcome on board. Welcome on board. Hello.
So QNH still the same? No, that's 1004. I mean, now it's 1004.
Good morning.
Let us be there. 303 out of 310. So we're pretty much done here.
Welcome on board.
Keep this
Boarding pass.
hidden down there. So the beacons are on, and I believe everything else should be fine. Quickly glance over it. Hydraulics.
This way, please.
So it looks like only this one hydraulic system is actually being used right now. Center 1. Could have done this earlier. Let's go to the hydraulics page.
Good morning. This way, please.
Nose gear and steering, alternate, reserve and brakes. What is alternate and reserve? Flight controls are not, should not be working. Nose gear and steering.
Potable water service has been requested.
Oh my god, they're gonna do the water now. At least those doors are closing. And they're locked. So we were able to set the trim with the current hydraulics, and it looks like, since the other ones are all displaying false, they're probably fed by the engines, I would think. Flaps, main gear steering, flight controls. So I'm not really sure, so these white ones are not being used, I would think. Let's have a look at this later. I never dived too deep into these things, but it's interesting because it is actually all modeled, you know, that's pretty cool. Hey, so we're done. So GSX. Oh wait, we're waiting for the water, right? So, what are they doing? Potable water, okay. That's cool, so we get a new water supply. That's not bad for a 7-hour flight. And once these people are finished, we will push back. And then let's fly ourselves to Dubai. So we got the beacon on. All the passenger signs are on. Fuel pumps are running. And the bleed air system is all on automated. We can actually dump our fuel if you want. If I tried it, it's really cool. You can set an amount and then press dump, and it will start dumping the fuel for you. And I guess, you know, during real operations, you also check what your current takeoff weight is and what the maximum landing weight is, and in case you need to go back to the airport, you might have to dump some fuel so you don't land, you know, too heavy, which could make a dangerous situation a little bit more dangerous. So there's all kinds of checks, obviously, that are to be done, that we are simply skipping, and probably half of it more I'm not even aware of them. Alright, potable water tanks have been filled with 413 liters. That's pretty cool. Then let's get the hell out of here. And prepare for pushback and departure. Let's go to line about the doors, ground operations, door management. Let's just close all. And let's remove the chocks. Sorry about the poor angle there. Oh, he's going in a hurry.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Cool, thank you. Let's just close all.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin
Gotta go to the air stairs. Alright, cool. It's finally some action. TCAS is still off, engines are shut down. We are aware. So we'll now start to connect the tug. And they'll remove the pipe, or insert the bypass bit. Something is not happening properly here. Looks like the tug is not landed. Or the sucker is just a little bit late. Look at the size of this airplane, man. If you stand next to this guy, right, sir, apologies, didn't want to invade your personal space. Look how big these aircraft are, man. Look at this.
Locking gear.
Insane. So big. Right, cool. The gear locked. And we will push back the nose to the left, tail to the right. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes.
Park the brake
Commencing
release.
push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Cool. Do this. Start, I can't see. Engine number 2. I go to the engine page. But I believe we can already add the fuel for 10. The nose gear looks very sad like that. There we are, pushing back. Here's our left turn. PGT is dropping. Let's start engine number 1. So with engine number 2, the faults have all gone here on the hydraulics. So let's not forget the fuel. Get to the hydraulics page. Now they're all green except these center ones. I'm just like, while I'm doing something else, trying to make sense of it. But usually I just need to focus on one thing. So, yeah. Here we are nonetheless. PGT is rising now, look at that. Let's go back to our checklist.
Set parking brakes.
This was not quite a turn to the left, but okay, let's set our parking brakes.
Waiting
Parking
for
brake
confirmation for good engine start.
Alright, EGT is dropping. Let's just confirm good engine start and we can get the hell out of here. Confirm.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Right, so auto brake to RTO. Let's check our recall. We do have the TCAS. Let's just turn that sucker on. Recall, let's check the recall, see if anything requires attention. Nope, cleared. Flight controls, let's consider those checked. Ground equipment, and let's consider that clear.
Unlocking gear.
Right, and then there comes the before takeoff, so flaps 5, we can do that now.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
There are our flaps.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Alright, thank you. But it wasn't a very nice pushback, but nonetheless, let's get the sucker going. And then there's the after takeoff checklist, so pretty much good. Let's turn on the taxi lights and the runway turn-off lights. Parking brake released. Why do I have to set my parking brakes immediately? Well, let's forget about that. That's the GSX waking up or falling asleep. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to see the difference. So we should be on Hotel 7, I believe this was called. And taking us out of here, and then we'll get onto Hotel. And then we'll take a right turn on to Whiskey, which will take us around this apron area, this terminal here. And then after that we'll take a left turn onto Alpha Bravo. So watch our speed a little bit. So Hotel 7, right is hotel. And let's just ram ourselves right through this small single prop airplane. There you go. I mean, what happens in Hong Kong stays in Hong Kong, you know what I mean. Sometimes things get a little bit crazy, you know. Alright, then we should take a right onto Whiskey. That should be this one, we're on hotel, right is Whiskey. So ground speed, go down a little bit, 14. I believe that's the cabin crew reporting ready. It looks like there's another showdown with another aircraft right in front of us. The company, another Cathay Pacific. Oh no, they're not ramming into us. Right. So we're probably going to be following the company right there and take us to the runway. Looks like we're going up a hill a little bit. Let's lose a little bit more power here. So up next is then the left turn onto, I believe it was taxiway Bravo. Victor. We are on Whiskey. There's an American. Victor 1. That's so hard to read. Bravo. So we'll take a left here. Let's see. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, American, what's it going to be? Okay. We'll wait. We do have to oversteer a little bit. It's a very long aircraft. Cool. And this will take us to the runway. So let's see, we got a message that could also have been, let's see what's the time. No, interesting, we should have a new weather report anytime soon. Passenger side Puronic. So that's our 777-300ER, Cathay Pacific livery. A 7+ hour flight from Hong Kong to Dubai. And we're not flying online, but we are using the Aerosoft People traffic tool. That's why you can see like a Cargo Lux, an American Airlines, and another Cathay Pacific. So there's some nicer traffic, but still it will generate sometimes so much traffic. It's actually ridiculous. I notice this when I'm doing my landing replay videos. Look, we got a bunch of 747s here. Look at that. Cool. So we do not have a new weather report yet. Time 2:01. Let's pick up our speed a little bit. back to idle. And then we're definitely gaining on that American in front of us. Who's not turning? That's interesting. Right, the company is about to take off. Then there's the American, and then there's us. So there goes the Cathay Pacific. That's the parking brake. Right, so the before takeoff checklist complete. Parking brake set, auto brakes to RTO, passenger side on, APUs are on. You can turn off the APU. Let's turn on the landing lights. And turn on the strobe lights. There goes the American, so let's line up. Parking brake released. Make it a little bit easier on the speed. Right, here's our runway, 07 center. So let's keep it rolling. Go 50% N1. And take off thrust. So V1 162, rotate 164, V2 168.
80 knots.
Quite a nice long run.
V1. Rotate.
Rotate.
V2.
Clear up.
Rate of climb.
So then first will be a left turn to 059 degrees. Look at that, that's Hong Kong. Flaps 1. So right now we're just trying to follow the flight directors a little bit. Left turn, 059. I'm going to let the autopilot take over momentarily. Well, we're doing fine actually, like this for now. There's a weather report. 7 minutes late. So we're holding speed 210. That's what it says here at SIKOU. Try to chase the needles maybe a little bit too aggressively. Pitch up. Right, so we can turn off the runway turn-off lights and the taxi lights. Standing by for a right turn at SIKOU to Hotel 393 heading 117. There's Hong Kong, look at that. Alright, let's take our right turn now to 117 degrees. Sensitive on the pitch. So here we are now. Back after some turbulence. So transition altitude is 9,000 feet, so it's in 2,000 feet. So let's turn on the autopilot now. AP on. Flaps up. Flaps lever in the up position. And we see it here as well on the, I think it's called ICAT system. And it's checked. So after takeoff checklist complete. And then there's descent checklist. Put this now on COM and we'll check the weather in a little bit. So 9,000 feet, let's go to standard pressure. I think we're a lot higher. So now 4 minutes into the flight. The wind was previously 140, it's now 100. 4 knots, so that's already nothing. Variable from 040 to 140. Visibility 8, temperature 35. Alright, let's cancel this one. $10,000 feet. Still look out the window for a bit now. Hey, FA, how are you doing? Can you buy me that game? No man, I can't. But maybe you will someday. I hope you do. It's a very nice game. So look at Hong Kong, man, from the sky. Beautiful, beautiful place. Right, let's get back inside. So we can turn off the landing lights and the seatbelt sign will go to auto. So this is 2020. So FS 2020. And I'm not actually particularly interested, I must say, in 2024. If I were to get it for free, if someone were to buy it for me, I probably would install it and check it out. But I've heard too many things and I'm like, no. For now I'm very, very good with, satisfied, I mean, with 2020. Yeah. So you have 20, yeah, okay. Yeah, 20, but it's a good simulator, man. It's fine. And I don't think you're really missing out on anything. But obviously, it's always a very personal choice, right? But I don't think you're probably missing out a lot. You could do a walkabout, as far as I know. That sounds cool, you know. That seems okay, but to buy like a whole game just to do a walkabout, no. And obviously, they have better graphics. I've seen some video footage that looks really nice. But I guess you also need a computer that won't cry at you once you even think about 2024, you know. Right, so the no smoking sign stays on. We can maybe, if we put that to auto, we can at least get it away from there. Right, so on our way to Summit. I just love all these islands here, man, in Hong Kong. It's so pretty. And especially there when it's a little bit more busy, you have all these tall buildings in the city. And then there's this old airport. It looks like a bed, but probably not. But there's this old airport. Although, actually, maybe it is. There's this, like, airport in the middle of the city. And they used to land 747s there and everything. It's crazy. 18,000 feet. So we're now climbing first for 360. It does say 380 here, but the aircraft will simply follow all the constraints, so it will not climb above 360. That's Italian. With the pizza di Mario. Alright, man, let's see. We expect to arrive at our progress page. 950 Zulu. That's in about 7 hours, give or take. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have turned off the seatbelt sign, so you may feel free to get up off your seat and walk around. Welcome aboard our flight to Dubai. If you need anything, just ask, and we'll see what we can do for you. You know. And we're looking at a flight time of about 7 hours and 20 minutes or so. And we're expecting mild winds in Dubai, and it will be very hot. We're not kidding. On behalf of Cathay Pacific and the entire crew, thank you for your attention. Alright, so we got that little bit out of the way. So 950, probably lied to them a little bit. It's not my intention to lie to our beloved customers, but hey, okay. Maybe it was just a matter of inaccuracy. When is landing or descent? Well, let's have a look at the progress page. You'll see here Oscar Mike Delta Bravo, so Dubai. We will arrive there at 950 Zulu. Current time is 0216 Zulu. So that's the time we will land. We're expected to land 950 Zulu, so that's in about 7.5 hours or so. So top of descent will probably be in 7 hours or 6 hours, 45 minutes from now. So we're now at elapsed time 0011, so that will be like 6:45 or something, 7, something like that. But later on, we'll first get this sucker up to cruising altitude, and then once we're there, we'll look at the numbers, and then at some point we will see what the top of descent will be. We can also look it up, sort of, I don't know, like improvised way, the way I sometimes do it, to have some sort of estimate. You can actually, I'll show you what I mean. If we cycle through all the waypoints, let's go to the legs page, and you look here, and we cycle through all the waypoints. Am I saying this correctly? No, I'm not. We need to be on the plan page. There you go. So we now cycle through all the waypoints by the step button. At some point, we should see T/D for top of descent somewhere on the chart. We might have to zoom out a little bit more. Sometimes it may just not catch it fully. There's step climb coming up, so I think we can go a lot further. Let's actually do it the faster way. Let's see, RUPAM 380. So if we go from here, Milup, RAGMA, we'll make our top of descent is right there. So 40 nautical miles after Umeko. So for instance, we were to set a fix there, or we create a waypoint. Let's see, what shall we do? Let's create a waypoint for a second. So Umeko, and which heading is that 287? And let's set that for 40 nautical miles. Then it should create a waypoint there if we put that onto border. And then it creates a waypoint right there. So for now we can just execute, put that in. It doesn't hurt. And then let's just tidy this up real quick. So border and the back button. Put that there. Alright. Execute. So now if we go step climb, or step climb the step button, excuse me. Then at the top of descent, that didn't work as I wanted to do. Stand by. RAGMA, VUSET, Umeko, Ume 01, 11. That is in the middle. So zoom in a little bit more. So it's not quite there, but this gives us some general idea, okay? So now, if we copy this waypoint, and we go to our progress page, and we put it on destination, it will calculate, and it will tell us we will arrive there at 8:29 Zulu. At least at our current, attitude and taking everything into account that it wants to do. So based on that, it is now giving us the estimated time of descent, which is probably going to be around 8:29 Zulu. So that's an interesting question, Fab. Because we cannot always see it yet. If we go to the VNF page, it's listing the step 2. Go to descent, it's not yet saying how far to the top of descent, you know what I mean. So this is one way of doing it, I guess. Look up to see if it coincides with the waypoint. If it doesn't, then see how far. So we said 40 miles. Apparently it's not quite 40 miles. It's maybe a little bit early actually. So maybe like we should have been like 41 or 42 miles, but you know what I mean. And then at least we have something to work with. This is now sitting in our lag page. We can also delete it later, but we can also keep it in. I don't think actually it's not a bad idea. You could also maybe say, well, let's just make a fix there. But now we can make a fix. I don't know. I'm not sure if you can look up on the progress page 86. Not sure. I mean, if there's no waypoint attached to it. Not really sure how that works. I think this really needs to be something that's in its database. So right now it is in the database, so I guess we could create a fix now. Let's have a look. So we copy it here. I'm not sure if it's going to accept this. No, probably not. Go to the fix page. Interesting. Okay, so it does take it. So then we have a fix. But then again, you know, we just, I prefer something in the progress page, you know. So fixing this send, I don't know, let's just erase it altogether. Yeah. So AP still on, phosphorus, LNAV, VNAV speed. Go to the map view. The top of climb coming up there in about 20 miles. Do you prefer Airbus, Boeing, or McDonnell Douglas? Well, that's an interesting question, Bob. Today I really preferred this one, the Boeing, because it's been a while since I've been flying on the channel, and I chose this one because it's a very convenient and user-friendly kind of airplane. The way it's set up, and yeah, in that sense, it's quite a clean aircraft, if you know what I mean. The McDonnell Douglas is like way cool. It is such a cool aircraft. I can't get over that. It just flies a little bit more hands-on, I guess, in some ways. Nonetheless, it's a very rewarding aircraft. So when I feel a little bit more like challenging, that's my go-to aircraft, because that is a beautiful aircraft. Also externally, but also internally, it's just a really cool thing. And then the Airbus would be, I think, my last choice at this moment. Although the Airbus is, once you get used to it, it's a very convenient airplane to fly. It almost flies itself. Like in general, if you're a commercial pilot, which one would you want to fly most? Wow. Yeah, basically, probably the 737. I think I would probably fly the 737. And what about you? Do you have any preferences, you know, like aircraft, favorite type of aircraft, or like specific aircraft? Let's see, it looks like they're getting at 360 now, so that should be our top of climb. Do we have the step climb already in view? Not sure. Ah, you too, yeah. The 737. 737 is a very nice plane. I have the PMDG 737 600 and 700. I would like to have the 800, but you know, it doesn't give you a lot more, really. And I've heard it's even, like in real life as well, it's even harder to slow down during descent. So in that sense. But sometimes this aircraft can be like that as well. But that's probably a whole other thing, right? The descent management, energy management, and all that. The 737 is a very nice plane as well. But at the same time, what I said, the Airbus are really convenient aircraft. They're really clever aircraft, and sometimes it's almost like they're flying themselves, And then once you go from Airbus to Boeing, it might sometimes feel a little bit weird. But I got used to it, and then I was more like Boeing-minded myself, really, And do you fly far? Do you fly like airliners, or do you prefer airliners, or maybe general aviation aircraft? Oh, the favorite air was the 380 or the 220. 220, that's a really old one, isn't it? I don't think I know too much about that one. It sounds really cool. Well, yeah, the 380 was cool. My system doesn't really like to run it very smoothly. Maybe if I don't load in something like GSX and the Aerosoft Simple Traffic Tool that just eats a lot of memory, I guess. Or maybe processing power, I'm not sure. But the 380, I've flown it a couple of times on the channel, but I'm still not feeling very secure in that one. Do you fly it in the simulator? There's the fly-by-wire Airbus A380. Right, so it looks like we're at cruising altitude now, 360. Only it's at 737. That's a cool aircraft, nonetheless. The A380 is free for download, and it's a very good one by fly-by-wire. If you didn't know, I mean, you probably know. I don't wanna, but yeah. But if you didn't know, fly-by-wire, FBW, fly-by-wire, A380. They also have an Airbus, and they're free, and they're good. And there's a lot of dedication that went into those developing of those free planes for the community, by out of love for flying and out of love for aviation. The fly-by-wire A380 should be free, and so should the fly-by-wire A32NX. You just go check on their website, because if you get it through their website, you're not going to be charged. I mean, I'm not from the website, obviously, so anything can change, right? But no, as far as I know, man, these guys are they're doing it free of charge, and they actually have had some really, they put some really cool resources, like actual real life pilots, that help them developing, testing, giving them feedback. It's a real serious dedication. But yeah, so in that sense, like, I've never heard of if their product is for sale somewhere, actually being charged. But I must say they do deserve the money. But it doesn't sound like they got it, I must say. But I don't know. I'm just a funky sim pilot, so what do I know? You know what I mean. Let's have a look outside here for a bit. Everything looking quiet up here. So the step line, we go to the VNAV page to flight level 380 is at 0600 Zulu. So that's in another 3.5 hours. So by that time I hope to be taking a little beauty sleep, and we just keep the aircraft cruising on the autopilot. 53.3 kilograms of fuel. And it's time 31, so the weather report should be coming in probably in about 5 minutes. menu, FMC, VNAV. Let's keep the VNAV page open on this side. So it's really nice you have these two independent FMC. There's our weather, com message. So the weather now, information Quebec, 080 degrees, 3 knots, variable from 050 to 120. So still more like aiming at runway 12 rather than 30 that we are currently targeting. Temperature 35 hasn't changed. Visibility 7. So I believe that's reducing. It started at 9,000, 8,000, 7,000, I believe. Quebec 7,000. Okay, I can't be bothered, man. I just want to scroll through them. Let's put this back on the nav page here, or the nav screen. Super still flying. Oh, hey, goodbye, Fab. Hope you have a good day, man. Thanks for saying hi. Alright. Yes, I think I'm going to keep that waypoint in there. It's a really nice way to see where the top of descent can be expected. But it's also based on another runway, right? This one, Luma 01, progress 834. It's in about 8 hours. No, 6 hours. My apologies. It's 0200. Oh, 800. Okay, so in about 6 hours top of descent. No inspiration. Let's put the thing away. There's land. The UME waypoint, maybe if this works separately, we can select it here. And then we'll have a top of descent fix all the time. There it was, UME. Progress page, because this is showing OMDB. And this is showing UME. So if we change it here, and let's see if we go out of this page and back here. So this is back to OMDB, but this one is now at our fix. that we created, basically where sort of eyeballing a little slightly before the top of descent. So then we have this open at all times. That's quite nice. I like it. I like it a lot. Then it doesn't really matter what we do here. We can be on the legs page. Because the thing is, every time let's do a little example. So let's say double. You copy it, go to progress page. The standard, by default on the progress page, it will show you the destination, the actual destination. It will show you where the waypoint you're flying to, that's ISBIC. And then what comes after that is Samos. There, that's one, ISBIC, and then Samos. This is what it's always showing. So if you override this, so now it's showing we're on our way to Samos. After that will come Akbor, and you'll see that as well. So now if we override this with whatever, in our case double or something, that's cool, gives you some information, but then once you go out of this page and you go back again, it will default back to the final destination, Dubai Airport in our case. So to sort of circumvent that, if we do not need the second FMC for anything else, we can just keep that there and we'll have already have our top of descent sort of, we can keep an eye on that. I really like that. And like now, for instance, so we changed it, we probably already did, but yeah. So you put whatever in there, so it doesn't matter. Can you copy this from here? No. So, not sure what the weather will be once we land. And we could already set up, but I probably need to retire a little bit and have some rest. And then come back in a couple of hours to set up for the approach, and maybe even the arrival. What we can do now, maybe look at ULDOT and STEPDO. We'll be taking all along this route to ULDOT for runway 30. And after ULDOT, there should be STEPDO. And we can just line them up. You can see that will be basically a straight in all the way from Delta Bravo 506 and so forth. So in that sense, this one's really easy. Just copy SETO, put it there, and then execute. So if we check on the plan page, we should be able to see this as well. ULDOT SETO, and it's just one line. Now let's also set some, create a fix there around the runway. Although, as I said, we might not be landing on that runway. We'll see what the weather does. Final approach course 299. Modus 2000 feet. 6.1 nautical miles from India Delta Bravo Whiskey. And that's the runway identifier. So we'll take, they're both locked. So heading 119er. So let's say runway. Go to the fix page. Bearing 119er. And then the radial, or the distance, 6.1, so let's put in 6. Because this aircraft does not accept the decimal. Then we get a range link there. And then we can do the same, for instance, at 15 nautical miles. Sort of eyeballing number, but usually I like it. Just get a little extra buffer though. Now, so this will be our, oops, our entire V-level, sorry, our R-level approach. And then we can see here 50 nautical miles, so this is going to help us. But we might not land at this runway, in which case we'll have to delete these two fixes and put in new fixes based on the opposite runway, 12. Because as we saw, the weather from the winds from 140 at some point 080 to between 040 and 120. So it's still quite wind from the east. And our current plan is actually to land at 30 left. So yeah, that's basically with the tailwind. It's not a lot of wind. It's like 4 knots, 3 knots. It's not a lot, but you know. But once we get closer, we'll have a look at the weather. The weather keeps giving us updates. So at 3 o'clock, we'll get a new weather report. And so forth every half hour. But by the time we get closer, we'll just go weather and see if there may be some agent information or something. And sometimes you can then see they are just letting planes land with a slight tailwind landing anyway. So maybe it's for a noise abatement, I don't know. But they choose not to have aircraft land against the wind, but you know, with the wind. I don't know why they do that, but that could be one reason I could imagine. That's you know, if it's within safety limits, then you know, who cares? So maybe that's what's the reasoning behind it. Very simplified. But, yeah. So yeah, this actually did reset at some point. That's interesting. So without touching this here, it did reset back to OMDB. Ah, that's a shame. But fortunately, we can just have another look before I go. This one, progress page 838 Zulu, but this is not taking into account the step climb to 380. Let's see on the VNF page. Yeah, we cannot make it to 380 yet. So I don't know, maybe we'll just keep on flying at 360. We'll see. It's not the end of the world. But we might use up a little bit more fuel. Fuel flow now 3.6 thousand kilograms per hour per engine. So what's that? 7,200 kilograms. That's quite a lot. I'll be back well before the top of descent, probably around 640 Zulu or something. That's in about 5 hours. No, it's about 3 hours. Let me see if I'm doing my calculations correctly. Probably 2 hours later, around. My brain doesn't work, but I'll be back. Let's put this one on legs. Yeah, so I might be back at around 6 or 7 to something like that, I think. Right, so we just keep going like this. AP is on, speed, LNAV, VNAV path, so that's all looking good. Estimated fuel when we land, 8,000 kilograms. Alright, so we set up for runway 30 left. So we go to route number 2. And we set this up for a different runway. Let's actually then go departure arrival. I think that's the way to do it. Departure arrival. Let's say we choose the opposite one. So this same runway but just different direction. So maybe this one we preferred runway for using landings. So we'll choose 1-2 right. But then the star, I have no clue. So I'll have to look. So flight. Left, let's just get rid of this sucker for a second. Let's go airports and procedures. Arrival. And let's filter for 1-2 right. So we're coming from this direction, so I don't know, maybe Anvix 5 Golf. That doesn't appear to be there. Procedure, oh, back to departures. Arrivals. I thought I actually just clicked arrivals. I made a point in my head to click that, and this is now runway 1-2 left, and if I choose 1-2 right, okay, it's still on arrivals. IMPED 3 Bravo or 3 Echo. I'm not sure what's going on here. IMPED 3 Bravo. Okay, let's have a look. IMPED 3 Bravo. And we don't have to execute or anything, it'll just save it immediately. So legs, the blue one. So paid off Delta Bravo 657 and the runway. So before the paid off, we have RARAC. So let's have a look at that chart. So this is looks like the Charlie. I clicked on current selection, my bad. Alright. Three Bravo. Let's open it up properly. So IMPED, taking us past the airport and then to RARAC. So it's probably the same deal as the other one. So after RARAC, we can just put paid off there. It should be it. Will not activate. This is just for landing on the opposite runway, 1-2 right. So this is the secondary route. So RARAC to beat off. And then let's also look at the charts 12 right, ILS. So RADAC and then paid off, so initial approach fix RADAC, then to paid off. So that's just very straightforward, that's nice. 3,000 feet, the intercept altitude for the ILS, for the glide slope. At a distance of 9.4 from India Delta Bravo Echo, which is the opposite runway. Okay, so at least we have this sort of setup, and I guess maybe we can just save this chart. Just we need to be very careful when we land. And see the stars, also save the other one. So IMPED 3 Bravo. This one, let's save it too with a little pin. But then at least we have something to work with, you know? Because no clue what the weather is going to do. It's going to change a lot. But as it currently stands, we'll actually should be expecting to be landing the direction of 12 right and not 30 left. But for now, we'll stay on course. We could maybe check what would the top of descent. Nah, that's okay. I'll keep it. It's probably going to be sort of similar. If we go progress page, it will show. I think we can disregard. So back to route, and let's select route 1. Calls back to the current plan. And top of descent at UME 00 at 8:42. That's in about 5 hours, something like that. Oh. At 42. So just keep it cruising like this, and I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. see where we are. Still have quite a ways to go. Eight 44 Zulu, the top of the stand. A little over 4 hours. And the step climb. On 50 miles. Make it nice and cozy up in here. Oh well. New weather report. 334. Wind 1 at 0, 300 and 310. So it looks like maybe the landing runway was anticipated quite well actually. Currently we are still go. Aiming for 30 left. This is latest 6 knots, 310. Clear that out there as well. This was 300. And wind 1 at 0, and then it changed to 30 minutes. Estimated fuel will be 11.4. We still got like 30,000 almost kilograms of fuel to burn. Having a tailwind. Quite high, these clouds above us here. Well, it doesn't look too crazy, I guess. Carrying 310 passengers from Hong Kong to Dubai. We're now 2 hours 21 minutes into the flight. We got about 4 more to go. Top descent expected at 8:44. That's 4 hours 15 minutes or so. But we'll keep on monitoring the weather every now and then. But we did see a trend where the direction of the wind is changing now in our favor actually. So we're set now for runway 30 left. And the wind's now, well, I believe 310 or 300, something like that. But it used to be like 120, 140, 180. So let's hope it stays like this. If not, we do have our route number 2. And that is all set up for runway 12, where is it? 1 to the right. There you go, 1 to the right. But for now we're sticking with the active flight plan, so route number 1. Fuel flow 3.5 per engine, this was 3.6 earlier. We got a new weather report. Unable to provide this, okay. Yeah, there should be one issued at 4:30 now, and we'll get it in about 7 minutes or so. Alright, so we're still flying. Estimated total descent. It's about an hour. We did have a few weather reports looking at the latest one, 732. And wind at 180 degrees. 340, 180, 310. Yeah, so that's interesting. 38 degrees. So currently wind 180 degrees. I see. Adi FFYT says hello, and Sarvagia Gupta also said hello. How are you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for saying hi. About 1 hour and we'll start descending. Clearing this list up here. There's the top of descent. Still not climbing to 380, we're just cruising at 360 then. Recommend that this is 380. Thinking, shall we? Why not? Let's see if she starts climbing. Expect to land now, 9,000 kilograms of fuel on board. Here we go, climbing. Right, without 38,000. Fuel flow is going down, 2.5 per engine. And 9.1 instead of 9.0. So looks like we're burning a little less fuel. The top of descent is in about 60 minutes, so we should get at least 2 more weather reports in the meantime. And based on that, we'll decide the runway. We can maybe see if there's status information at the moment. Look at this. No, there isn't. A real world, maybe. Nope. Estimated fuel 9.1, now we're down to 3.2. We're actually up, but we're still down. We were at 3,500 or 3,400. And our current approach speed at flaps 30 degrees, that's full flaps, would be 139 knots, plus 5 for the wind would be 145. 144. Looks like outside the frame rate is a little worse than usual. And usually this aircraft, the PMDG, isn't very heavy on the resources, but she looks a little bit heavier. Not sure why that is. Okay, so that's our flight. Well, stand by, I'll be right back. Alright. The top of descent is not on here quite yet. So here it's saying wind variable and then 7 knots, gusting up to 19 knots. So with those kind of gusts it would actually be nice to land in the appropriate direction and not with a tailwind. Here we can see the extended runway center line. But as I said, this is now set up for runway 31 or 30 left. In about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, we should get our new weather report. It's issued at 8. Then there will be one issued at 8:30. There might be one issued at 9, but we'll probably already be standing by then. So we'll see. Fuel. Expected fuel 9.1. So it's gone up just 1 decimal there. We're climbing to 380. Fuel flow now 3.1 per engine. It's a little bit better than it was. So the new weather report will be issued in about 2.5 minutes. top of the center. At the moment, still at that waypoint we created there. Still a little bit before. So currently estimated at 8:43. So maybe like 1 minute later, but that should be our top of descent. It's in 45 minutes. So standing by for the latest weather report. We're now 5 hours, 53 minutes into the flight. Also 8 sharp. We'll see when the weather report will come. So expected to touch down in about 1 hour 25 minutes. So top of descent in about 45. Standing by for the latest weather report. And the wind's been going crazy a little bit, been changing direction all during the flight really. The wind 180, 180, 180, 310, 180, 340, 180, and so on. 180, 300, 310, 80, 100, 140. Been kind of all over the place, really. And therefore it would also be nice if there was some like ATIS information available for us, and we could maybe at least see if they have some dedicated runway for landing, even though there's a bit of a tailwind. So yeah, we do still have our, excuse me, our secondary flight plan, route number 2. We're currently set up for 30 left, and the other one is set up for 12 right. Let's stay on route 1 for now. away. Waiting for that weather report. Now 8:06. 6 hours into the flight. And we'll have a similar situation in about 30 minutes. So a couple of minutes before we start descending. Eight or 7. Frame rate appears to have improved outside. It's good, feels good. So there's our weather. Almost 8 minutes later. So now the surface wind 340 degrees, 10 knots, visibility 8,000, 38 degrees, 90904, or 090904. So based on this weather, we're good with our current runway. So as I said, it's quite all over the place. We'll have one more weather report in about 30 minutes, and a couple of minutes after that we'll start descending. Descent is now planned for 8:43 based on our current runway, 30 left. So it does not give us a lot of time. We do have top of descent, 8:46 now listed, so 3 minutes later than our estimation, but that makes sense. We are slightly before the top of descent where we placed that waypoint, the UME 00. So 8:46, we'll get the weather, latest weather report probably like 9 minutes before that. See if maybe by now there is actually an H information, it would be nice. And no rebound. Looks like this is still the old one, 7:30. Should have the weather report from 8. And it doesn't refresh down here, that's interesting. Fuel flow 3.1. You still have tailwind. Estimated fuel now up to 9.2 thousand kilograms. So I guess it's good that we climbed to 380 after all. So 260 nautical miles to the top of the descent, but we'll wait at least the weather report from 8:30 to see if the wind has changed, yes or no. There's still no ATIS information, unfortunately. Alright, so what we're looking at, there's land, there's civilization. Weather report issued in about 8 minutes. Add an additional 7 order to reach us. Fuel now 13.9. Expected fuel even gone up 9.3. So definitely a good thing that we climbed, I guess. 3.1 per engine. Left speed down by 1 knot, 138, at 30 degrees of flat. Let's see if there's some related information. Not yet. This was issued 7:30. Does it refresh now? It does. 340 degrees, 10 knots. So this is the current weather. Top of the sand coming in view on the nav display. So RAGMA in 1 mile. Then VUSET Umeko at Ume 01. We made it off of Umeko. Will be the top of the sand more or less 3 minutes later. Let's see what the latest weather report will tell us. So now 6 hours 19 minutes into the flight. Top of descent will be in about 20 minutes. Excuse me, sir. Weather report will be issued in 2.5 minutes. Top of the set, 844. The new weather reports will be issued shortly. And I guess that's the weather report that we'll use for our landing. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. To see whether the wind was like all over the place during the entire flight pretty much. The latest wind direction is 340, that's perfect for our runway 30 left. And here it's 180. So let's see what the wind's going to be doing. And if we do get the other runway, we should quickly go to the 6th page, delete this 6, and set one for runway 12 right. Now after touchdown, let's have a look at the airport layout. So if we're going to be landing 30 left, and then we'll vacate to the left and just settle down at the concourse CB or A. No weather report received. 8:30, this one is updated. That's interesting. So 310 degrees 11 knots. 904. QNH been pre-dialed, 0994 hectopascal. Let's assume we're going to be landing 30 left. Here's our weather. Information Charlie, 310 degrees, 11 knots, variable 270, 350, visibility 8,000 feet, meters I think, temperature 38, 904. Let's get our descent checklist. So we're going to be landing runway 30, where we can use our current flight plan, the route number 1. So we'll need to enter, let's get the chart for the 30 left, 2,000 feet. So that's where we're aiming at Modus. Let's do that immediately. That's convenient when we can just do it ourselves. There's no ATC. And the decision altitude can probably be 50 feet, I think. Doesn't matter too much. Looks like there's good conditions. What is this? 50. Radio out. Just 10 minutes to the top of descent. 844, 77 nautical miles. Expected fuel 9.3. At landing at 923. So let me start recording the sky dome so that we can create a landing replay. And our final approach speed is now 138 knots. So for now let's select that. At flaps 30. It could go down maybe about one more knot, 137. For now it's 138, so that's 143 in the legs page. So we have to answer it ourselves. So 143 /. At the runway. And we could maybe also do it at Modus. Let's see. 6 miles. I'm good with that. Top of descent 844, 60 miles. So one weather report will still be issued at 9 o'clock while we are descending. 15 minutes after our stop of descent. And we'll get it like 5 minutes later, so let's say 22 minutes after our stop of descent. En route time now 6 hours, 31 minutes into the flight. Fuel 12.3, expected still 9.3. Fuel flow looking nice, 3.1, 3.0. Let's have the checklist up. So descent in about 7 minutes now. Let's check the recall. Nothing requires out of edge. Auto brake. Yes, we can do auto brake 1. Landing data, VRAF minimums. So the minimums 50, VRAF was 138. Now down 137. That's probably going to remain. So that will be 142 at modus. Oops. 142 forward slash at modus. And 142 at the runway. VRAF speed here 138. Let's change that, we didn't change it. There you go. So landing data VRAF minimums, we can check that now. 111.3 at 299. 111.3 at 299. For runway 30 left at Dubai. Airport elevation 60, 62. Approach briefing pretty much completed as well. So let's go normal, and then finally there's the approach page. So the altimeter, so when is our transition altitude? 13,000 feet. So descent now in about 3 minutes. 22 miles. Alright, cool, 1 minute, 16 miles, now we'll start descending, and let's land at Dubai Airport. So we put in lower altitude here, 2,000 feet. For the moment we'll overfly the T/T there on the nav display. The aircraft should start descending on and on. I was just thinking I could have been there at this moment for but, you know. Yeah, they got my motherfucking head. You know what I mean. Anyway, couple descent coming up. Top of descent started, or descent started. The engines go to idle, nose going down. Now we just try to manage our energy and our vertical profile for descending. This looks like a nightmare white blob there. I think a little bit high on the profile. Got a little bit of speed brake out, see if that changes. Vertical deviation, not quite. Let's go full speed brake. This brings us back on the vertical profile again. Also retract speed brakes. Speed brake retract. We do have a bit of a tailwind, sort of basically being pushed forward a little bit faster than anticipated, I guess. So PASOV should be flight level 242, 34 nautical miles.
Traffic. Traffic.
Thought it was below then. Above us.
Maintain vertical speed.
There they are. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Clear of conflict.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, but sure. Get our speed brakes out once more. Speed brake extended. Speed brake retracted. Looks like the plane keeps on lagging behind a little bit. If we don't extend our excuse me, if we don't extend our speed brakes, she will sort of keep on getting a little bit high on the profile. And it's 40 feet, it's not too crazy. But nonetheless, it's a good thing to keep an eye on. Final approach speed still 137. Estimated fuel 9.2 and estimated touchdown 9:21. That's about 31 minutes from now. But you can see we're still, we're again getting a little bit high on our profile. Let's see, on the lag stage we should be flight level 242. That's 2 miles, okay, so we don't have to intervene really there. Let's just get some speed brakes out again for now. And then up next. KUPMA, 25 miles, 174. no age information, unfortunately. On the profile, let's retract speed brakes immediately. Well, just arrived at the speed brake, speed brake extended. The transition output was 13,000 feet, I believe. Zero speed still 137. This message warning to remind us speed brakes are out. Let's retract speed brakes. Speed brakes retracted. And immediately we're getting a little bit higher on profile. Maybe we go vertical speed. We are now descending 1700 feet per minute. Let's go 2000 feet per minute. 2300. Do you have a headwind at the moment? So we're now getting a little bit low on the profile. Let's turn VNAV back on. See what this does for us. We're now getting quite low on the profile. 220 feet. Now 6 hours 50 minutes into the flight. We're getting on profile. On our way to MIVEK. So touchdown 25, 26 something minutes. So far we're good. Just a little 30 feet high above our descent profile. 15,000. 9 we'll get the latest weather report, and then 7 minutes later, so it's in about 10 minutes we'll well into our descent by then. Again, getting a little bit high here. Speed's also getting a little bit high. So, speed brake extended. Speed should be 254. Extended, so we should, I guess we'll just go to local pressure, and you can see this is telling us now that we're actually a little bit low. Let's retract speed brake. Turn on the APU. Excuse me. Just strap in the passengers, seatbelt sign on. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. Please return to your seats and make sure that your seatbelts are securely fastened. We've started our descent. We expect to arrive at Dubai International Airport in approximately 25 minutes. The temperature of Dubai will be 38 degrees centigrade, and we'll have some mild winds, but we're expecting a very smooth landing. On behalf of Cathay Pacific and the entire crew, thank you for your attention. I should still say we're below the profile, 500 feet or something. Well, we're definitely going somewhere, look at that. Running Delta Bravo 520, 7.4 miles. Still slightly low. Well, it doesn't look like the rain will be any kind of problem for us at all. Having some turbulence though. Feet, still a little bit low. LNAV, VNAV speed. 10,000 feet, let's turn on the landing lights. PRF 157. So approach checklist is completed. We've set our altimeters to the local barometric pressure. Then finally there's the landing checklist. Speed brake armed, landing gear down, flaps 30 degrees. So Delta Bravo 517, we should be at 9,000 feet. So I don't think we're going to get any lower for the moment. Should be below 10,000 at Delta Bravo 518, where we are arriving at now. Then after that, Delta Bravo 517, B230 at 8,999, so let's say 9,000 feet. There's the latest weather report, I think, and the cabin is ready. Let's check the latest weather immediately. Surface wind 310 degrees, 10 knots, visibility 8 kilometers, temperature 38, QNH 0994. So nothing has changed there really. Cool. Go back to our checklist. So we have DME on the runway, which is right there. We're actually now flying the pattern. The RNF arrival, really. Means it's like a direct line from us to the localizer, so 23 miles.
Traffic. Traffic.
Put on 8,000 or below, and then constraint 7,062 at Delta Bravo 515. Miles range, but these are not track miles. There's a traffic. That's looking pretty sweet, man. Cool. Juice World 999, you made this, my boy. Hey man, thanks for saying hi. Hope you're excited too. We're going to be landing this sucker at Dubai International Airport in about 20 minutes. Hope you're doing well, Jules. 6,500. We're 1,000 feet below the descent profile currently. We keep descending. The next constraint will be 5,700 feet. So the range to the localizer is 13 miles. In track miles, it's 57 miles to go. So it's taken into account the entire distance that we'll be traveling rather than a straight line from us to the localizer, which we can see here on the DME. There's our airport. I'm not sure the altitude hold for a second. So I'll do the heading hold. No, hell no. L hold. Let's hold here at 4,300 something. Yes, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, Jules. That's correct. Let's check something here.
Traffic. Traffic.
Right, so holding 4,300. We can hold this all the way until Delta Bravo 508. It looks like the aircraft kept on descending and descending. So maybe if we consider our altitude 4,400, we could maybe do a direct to Delta Bravo 508. Doesn't make a lot of difference. I'll just keep it like this. We're a little bit below here. But since we're holding that number is going down slowly. P230, we're holding that. So vertical deviation is decreasing. That is a lot of fan, man. Just to state the obvious. Okay, so we're getting back on our descent profile. Still 200 feet below. Let's re-engage vertical navigation. Enough path. Then after we take this turn, we can turn on the localized. And we'll set this baby down at Dubai. Wow, 7 hours, 6 minutes into the flight. Standing by for a, excuse me, for a light turn momentarily. So slowly descending again, it looks like. Check out our VRAF speed, still 157. 777 has the best wings. You mean like the wing view? It's a big airplane, man. Oh, it's so clean. Oh, you don't like the winglets that you see on other planes, mate? Oh, that doesn't quite work. Alright, so what are we looking at? $2,600. That's RMD localizer. Localizer capture. The range 23 miles. One return of lights, taxi lights. Miles. Bonus, we should be at 2,000 feet. Landing checklist. Speed brake armed. Next circle. Bottom the approach.
2,500. Flaps 1. Range 10 nautical miles. Flaps 5. Flaps 15. We're 8 miles. Drop the gear. Landing gear down. Cabin crew, take your seats for landing, please. Going really slow here. Light slope capture. Flaps 25. Speed 144. It's pretty much our final approach speed. Range 5 knots, let's go flaps full. So landing checklist complete. Let's turn off the autopilot. There's a runway.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
30. 20.
Plan.
10.
Make a touchdown. Oscar touchdown. Full reverse. Welcome to Dubai, everybody. Section off, engines to idle. Do some toe braking. Flaps off, speed braking. We'll vacate here to the left. Let's settle down right here. nice and conveniently close to our exit point. Right, we'll stop. Parking brake set. Look outside. It's a little bit short. But here we are. Right, man. That's it. Welcome to Dubai. With another plane landing there. Looks like Lufthansa, maybe. Anyway, that's it. Thank you very much for checking, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the flight. I did myself for sure. And I will see you all at the next video. Thanks again so much for checking and have a very good day. Bye bye.